While in another world, I happened upon a treasure chest rather close by here. Perhaps I can show you the way.
I suppose we might as well gather what we can.
Myself be overcome. Have my protection.
Battle cannot be avoided. 'Tis fight or die.
'Tis easily done.
Got ya!
You'll not live to regret this.
That was superb, Recta.
I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect you'll...
When their skulls smash beyond repair.
Our foes will know my pain twofold. If we find an opportunity to retreat, I say we take it. It is hardly cowardice if we've no hope of victory to begin with.
Well, now, I'm not sure. I'll combine my magic with yours, and do my casting spell more. The power of lightning is terrible to behold.
All together now. We'll attack as one.
Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall.
Very well.
Well done.
A curative ought to do the trick.
This foe wields deadly poison. It will impair us utterly unless we've a means to expunge it.
The longer our battle wears on, the more danger it poses. It would seem our is unbalanced.
There is no better time to strike.
The moment of victory is at hand. Let us finish this.
Oh, what does this say?
It couldn't hurt to take it. Eek.
Another encounter. I ill like this. We are already hard-pressed from our previous engagement.
I'll do anything.
Feast your eyes on this.
This should help.
Must we run everywhere? An impatient one arisen.
Let us endeavor to keep up, though we are less fleet of foot.
Come to think of it, some monsters rearrange their party at the drop of a hat. One such arisen dismissed me after only half a day of service.
Each to their own. There ought not to be water here. I have an ill feeling about this.
Don't think I'll stand for this. I can't even
poisoned! A curative ought to do the trick.
Well done. Could you come over here?
No rest for the weary, it seems. We will be hard-pressed to find victory here if we cannot heal our wounds.
Forge fell from the prince and breathed his last.
Extinguish our lanterns, lest we summon it unwittingly.
I've got hold of the enemy.
Well said.
Let down our guard even for a moment, lest victory slip away from us.
True enough.
Tis the simplest strategy that our foe most abhors. Knock its feet out from under it, and strike here it recovers.
This battle will demand all our strength. No harm shall come to you. I've a few scrapes and grazing, but nothing of consequence. survive. Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall.
Well aware of these details.
I am ready.
When enraged, this creature is capable of calamitous strength. Not provoke it.
Then we best fell it quickly, or else wait till its fury subsides.
I feel as if I am possessed of a greater power. This calls for a curative.
Are the rest of you faring all right?
We must needs heal, however we can.
Our best bet is to set it teetering, then wrench it to the ground.
It's certainly worth a try.
Lightning is futile here.
We'll just have to find another way to stop it.
Master, watch out!
formulate a strategy, else we've no hope.
I recommend a swift retreat. He who was dragon. Perhaps we ought to seek out this man and his wisdom in Harv Village. Follow me. I will guide you to the location.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
Over here, if you please.
Another battle with nary a moment to breathe. We must find a moment to gather our strength.
Turn out your pockets. I'm taking the lot.
Not good enough.
My curative magics are at your disposal. Wait a moment.
Materials, eh? I shan't deny they have their uses. I suppose there can be no harm in bringing this along. We cannot expect gleaming treasures round every corner.
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
be of use.
Not good enough! Give me a wrist. I shall see to it this does not happen again.
Well done, Master!
Master, I'm not sure how much longer I can keep going without rest.
I only hope we don't encounter any foes.
Tis a hobgoblin.
Our foe is susceptible to lightning attacks!
We have enraged our foe.
Might we not use their rage to our advantage?
Very well. I must.
shall act of my own accord.
First and foremost, we want to lock it off balance. Prove a much easier target when lying prone.
I can't dare attempt such a feat alone. Together, I think we can manage it. Quite the view from up here. We see how high I can scale.
Well said.
task my master set for me.
Splendid.
You're like to grow overburdened if you keep picking up every little trinket you find.
I'd wager there's aught to be found here.
Let us ponder how best to proceed. This battle couldn't have come at a worse time. I only hope our victory's a swift one.
Thank you, Master. I only hope I did not disappoint. Ah, now here's a surprise.
A splendid discovery.
I'll have to remember to tell my own master about this.
You need not rest on my account, Master. I've never felt more alive.
Prepare yourself.
I've a wellspring of strength that shall never run dry.
Gathering materials makes for dull work indeed. Am I the first to notice we've all got different vocations?
Our respective abilities are unique as well.
I'll take any looking for aught in particular.
This may require a delicate touch.
Welcome and well met. Do come again. No purchases to be made today, I see. I just hope the shopkeep understands.
Browsing was enough to scratch the itch, in my case.
Go on, have a look. Hoy, looking to... No need to overthink it. You can change it on a whim. Well, got any findings to share? Gold's made to be pleasure doing business with.
By and large, the people of Bakbatal seem to adore their benevolent empress.
Methinks it comes of their mutual devotion. Her Majesty offers up a prayer alongside her people every single day.
'Tis a far cry from Vermund. I cannot count the number of barbs I've heard uttered about the Queen Regent.
The state of things makes...
This is the last straw.
Warfare is the ultimate vocation in Dragon's Dogma 2. It gives you the utmost freedom to essentially be able to create any liquor that we can find here for free. You're gonna go past the dye stores towards this exit of Back Batal. You can follow this road down, and then you're going to cross this bridge into the
My research is at an impasse.
Does life have meaning? Or is all we do in vain?
Have no fear, Master. I'll fare all right without you for a little while.
It is not our place to hurry the Arisen.
Place, but not without its charms.
My head will roll if all's goes along.
This armor's far from comfortable. The betterment is an endless journey.
Forbidden Research Lab. You're going to cross this bridge into the research lab. Now inside of here next to this dragon you can actually find a Seeker's token if you want. It'll be like right here. And then we need to turn around and we're going to follow up these steps. Now there is other items that you can get in this area if you feel like fully exploring it. But we're going to go around this corner and then right up here we are going to turn right and we're going to enter into this room right here, which is going to have a bunch of Saurian tails. And then I believe right here is going to be another liquor. Obviously I've already picked
A lonely place, but not without its charms. How cruel!
The indignity of it.
What must needs be done?
It will take more than that to end me.
Dull days for us are assigned.
Whoever's my replacement seems like boot at the arms.
There's been word of a curious creature. Indeed, the beast as it so happens, I once read of a mythical creature told to have possessed just such a power. The account held that even when the monster cursed that not even...
Must find more manuscripts on this topic.
It hurts.
Mayhap I'll buy myself a new sword next time.
At last, the puzzle begins to take shape.
Sup? Quietude is a blessing. Where to now?
Air slithers where we least expect it. Aye. Ought to report, have you? Recruits battle ready.
Soon as my shift's done, I'm off to the tavern.
My apologies for the wait. We grew further apart than I'd anticipated.
Do take care not to stray so far next time.
It's time for a bath. Maybe the boots. Want some in a real battle? I'll prove my worth.
Ah, good, you return. I find myself on edge when you stray from my line of sight.
How can this be? My theory ought to be perfect.
pray, allow me to open yon chest.
That's been pretty kind to me.
Welcome.
There's a tavern that stocks new liquor, but they only cater
Arisen, at least. That's what...
A good sleep will ensure we are prepared for the morrow. I feel refreshed and ready for a new day.
Off we go, then.
A new day, a new perspective.
Each day is the same as the one of the previous.
looking for aught in particular.
I've been on my feet all day. My legs are as dead.
I'm dead on my feet. Maybe I'll keep right here. My mind's blank.
Well met.
I'm about ready to fall asleep on my feet.
Seem to never have any luck.
I need to replenish my stock.
Done about this.
No one's coming to assail us. Perhaps we've scared them all off. Hobgoblin! Lightning is its weakness and our strength. Naught compares to the thrill of victory. No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the worm, as they say.
I shan't let them harm you. A flawless execution.
Indeed. 'Twas enough to make one pity our foe.
I am possessed of a greater power. You needn't command me at every turn. I know what to do.
It is clear you're not interested in arriving at our destination, so I'll hold off on guiding us there for now.
'Tis not for us to gainsay the Arisen's judgment. We must go where we are bid. We go again.
If we must, let us finish this quickly.
Understood.
Let me get that. what fell from the beast as it breathed its last.
I will protect you.
Over here!
My thanks, sir. Here you are. 'Tis a reward.
We have found a material.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations. Are we leaving already? Bother. I was just getting warmed up.
You keep your life, and I take the rest.
I'll make them pay for that in gold as well as blood.
Lay down your arms before you hurt yourself.
One of us has been drenched.
It seems we have enraged our foe.
I do not use their rage to our advantage.
Quite the view from up here. Let me see how high I can scale.
Well said. Let us return once we grow tired from our labors. I'll combine my magic with yours. We can spell more quickly. A moment of indecision may spell our doom.
Our foes are like to use the dark against us.
He's dragon forged. To be found in Marlin Village. And maybe we ought to go there and find it.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way. fight. To arms.
'Tis easily done.
I shall heal you at once. Wait a moment. Profitable endeavor. Things considered, I suspect that is something best left alone.
Indeed, one never can be too cautious. You have my protection. I'll hold the enemy in place.
Splendid. Paths to victory are myriad indeed. That strategy never would have occurred to me.
Truly?
Fire is not its weakness, but its strength.
Save our fire magics for another time, then. Power surges within me.
We ought to keep watch, lest we remove this hindrance somehow.
If a ranged attack, you can count their master! Knackered!
Fire won't do much good here. Best try a different.
I shall act of my own accord.
Could you come over here?
I shan't let them harm you.
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
Methinks we could move this boulder if we work together.
A firm push is what's needed here. What you're made of.
I'll put this to use.
Hand over the boy. Give it up. You've nowhere to go.
I must summon aid. Port is too late.
You need not rest on my account, Master. I've never felt more alive. battle demand all our strength. We must stand together if we are to see victory.
I've got hold of the enemy.
Well said.
This foe is nigh unstoppable when 'tis wrong. We must do all we can to prevent it from losing its temper.
How are we meant to attack it without angering? You needn't command me in return. I know what to fighting on an incline. It will make overpower.
Master, watch out!
No harm shall come to you.
You're well fond of picking things up, aren't you? The field of battle is wont to pit us against our fellows, but that does not make cutting them down easier to bear.
I quite agree.
I'm all for swapping stories, but perhaps another night. I can scarce keep my eyes open.
Tis a chest. I shall take a look inside.
Tis hard to find my footing in this darkness. Fell from the beast as it breathed its last. Efficiency at its best.
Let us try for the same result with our next attack.
As I recall, the location of another of our tasks is not far from here.
We shall have to decide which is the most pressing. We cannot do everything at once. You truly are formidable, Arisen.
Let me get that.
Methinks I spy aught of use.
We ought to take a closer look.
It is an item of exceptional rarity. I cannot wait to tell my own master of its existence.
I shall act of my own accord. I shan't allow any further harm to come to me. Difficulty strange. I feel as if I am possessed of a greater power.
Is there nothing we can do about this obstacle?
If a ranged attack is needed, you can count upon my aim. Might I be of assistance? Ah. Now here's a surprise.
At least all our efforts weren't for naught. Huh. I'll have to remember to tell my own master about this.
I must confess, what rattles me quite so much as the unexpected snuffing of my lantern light.
Ah, yes. That sounds familiar.
Solitary shard is good for little. We need to seek out more of these, if 'tis to be of use.
We ought to keep it with care, lest we lose it. What are you doing? We've not been given leave to rest yet.
I'm well aware of that, thank you.
It is frightfully warm here. The result of volcanic activity, I expect.
Remain focused. Clouded minds will serve you poorly in an ambush.
Our traits mesh well together. Each of us is suited to a different task.
No challenge is beyond our combined might.
I suppose 'tis so.
You're like to grow overburdened if you keep picking up every little trinket you find.
I just had a thought. I shall never forget the agony I felt at the coronation. We must needs uncover this secret power that allows for the command of pawns.
I suppose we might as well gather what we can. We have found a material.
I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time. As I recall, we have another matter to attend to in this domain.
We might kill two birds with one stone, or focus on our current objective. Both choices have merit.
Arisen, we ought to heal ourselves while we've the chance.
You've a knack for drawing the enemy, Arisen.
By your leave.
I'm going to enjoy this. Over here!
Power surges within me!
Here, if you please.
I'll go and open the chest.
Wouldn't say no.
There's a ladder here.
We ought to put it to good use.
Wearing armor. My shift's over. Sign of my replacement.
Can't you see?
A treasure chest. Shall we see if we can't make our way over to it?
Should trouble occur, 'tis my charge to set it right.
I'll sleep like a log tonight.
I'm surrounded by windows on all sides. My kind of place, this. Polish up my gear.
Ah, a ballista. These have quite a long range.
'Tis not how we use this, but 'tis done, Master. Now a ferry stone can whisk us here whensoever we desire.
time for a few sips. Well now, have you come for a dip in the hot spring? Or brilliant. That's kind of ye. I was just craving some more of this. But what are you hoping for, cuz? Some sort of boon? Suppose I could oblige a fellow arisen. What? I'm a former arisen. Mine, one who couldn't fell his dragon. And if, in my case, it all came down to a lack of skill. Mayhap I could fell such a beast now, but my dragon's long gone. Brings a tear to your eye, don't it? But don't cry for me, cuz. Just know that you've got my full support. Only, don't do it for me. Do it for yourself. I've just remembered. I've got something for ye, cuz. Here you are. Reckon ye'll make good use of it.
These writings could be of import.
Shall we take a closer look?
Such worn out skin.
Then act accordingly. There's no easy thing making a living as a soldier.
Watching me.
You're no soldier, are you? I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash. I'll give you a roof over your head at least. Much obliged.
Well chosen, Arisen. I'm certain you'll master that vocation as no other could.
We shall meet our foes with renewed vigor.
You know, so I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash. I can give you a roof over your head at least. Much obliged.
Best be heading home. All my peers seem so much more capable. I'd hasten home, were this not my duty.
I can proceed no further.
I'm not immune to this. Dislike the look of this.
That's it. I've had enough.
You know, Sol, I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash. I can give you a roof over your head at least. Much obliged.
Well done, Arisen.
You know, Sol, I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash. I can give you a roof over your head, at least. Much obliged.
We're going this way now, I suppose. By your will.
The Arisen decides our path. We have but to follow. Tis a chest. I shall take a look inside. This looks as if 'twill take us someplace further afield. How we use it is at our discretion.
I can foresee no reason not to make use of this.
Don't think I'll stand for this.
Life's been pretty kind to me.
Sooner be home.
Not selling.
I can't even think straight. You're no soldier. I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash. I can give you a roof over your head, at least. Much obliged.
Fancy a gander? I've wept, truth be told. I'm of half a mind to pack up and... leave. What was always a pleasure.
Our packs are... heavier, and our purses far lighter.
These were necessary expenses, mind. No use clinging to every last coin.
You're no soldier. I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash. I can give you a roof over your head.
In this Dragon's Dogma Dogma 2 video, I'm going to be ranking all 10 vocations in Dragon's Dogma 2 from worst to best. I'll get into the best things and worst things about each class, eventually arriving at my favorite and the one that I think is the best in the game. I have done a video on each one of these classes. I've played each extensively, so let's get into it. So first up, coming in at number 10 is Warfare. This is our most recent guide video. You'll probably have seen this just going live on the channel at the time of the publish of this video. And we'll talk about why this is at the bottom of the list. But first, let's talk a little bit about what's great about Warfare. It has good utility. There are a lot of different skill combinations in the game that can work really well together. So Warfare has something that no other class can provide, allowing you to combine skills from different classes. Additionally, you can use any armor in the game. So if you want to be like a spellcaster that uses armor or a thief that uses really heavy armor, you can, which is great. There's a lot of flexibility in the way you can design this class. You can make so many different skills and combinations. There's probably endless ways to play Warfare. So there are really a lot of different ways to play this class, and that's a big plus point for a lot of people. However, there are a few reasons this comes in at number 10 on my list. First of all, you only have 3 skills that you can use between all the weapons you have equipped. And this is because one of those skills is taken up by rearmament, so you basically only have 3 other skill slots available. That means you can use 1 skill for 3 different weapons, or 2 skills for 1 weapon and 1 skill for another. And obviously, you could equip way more weapons and not use any skills with them, but I don't know why you would do that. Additionally, you cannot use any of the Meister skills or the ones that you learn from them when you're playing a Warfare, and those are some of the best skills in the game. So even though you do have extreme flexibility, you don't have the strength that some of these classes are going to have when using those skills. And the other thing is that there's not as much synergy between classes in Dragon's Dogma 2 as there could be to make this class even better. Like, there just are combos that work well together, but there should be other combos that work well together that don't. For instance, the Trickster would be a great class to do with this, but the Simulacrum that you summon actually dies very quickly when you switch to a different weapon, which prevents you from throwing it out and then switching and using it as a decoy. So that's really unfortunate. So there isn't quite as much here as could be. And the other thing is that all the skills that you need for this class have to be unlocked on other classes first, which means you basically have to max out every other class in the game to get the most out of Warfare, which can take a very long time to do. So then coming in at number 9 on my list is Fighter. I really enjoy playing Fighter in this game. It's definitely a very staple class of the game, but there's a couple reasons it came in at the bottom. But first, let's go through the things I like about Fighter. Fighters do decent damage. They have a good amount of damage that they can do. They can draw aggro. They can block a ton of different attack types. They can block spells. They can block attacks. And they have ways of getting out of flinches, so they can like interrupt flinches and get back into combat, which is great. And their combat is pretty straightforward. It isn't exactly the hardest class to learn in the game, although blocking can take you a little bit of time to get used to. The combat of it is pretty straightforward. The downside of Fighter is that it has difficulty managing its stamina like pretty badly compared to some other classes in the game. And if you're new to the game and you're just sitting there blocking, you're going to run out of stamina, you're going to become vulnerable, and you're going to get yourself killed a lot. And if you have a lot of different enemies aggroed onto you and you're trying to block all their attacks, quickly going to run out of stamina quickly. And it's not just like Dark Souls where you can just roll out of the way and conserve stamina, even though fighters do have a skill that can roll and attack in the same animation. They don't just have a dodge roll that they can use. So it can be quite difficult to learn how to play a fighter effectively, even though the general mechanics of fighter are pretty simple to grasp and understand. And when you're talking about other classes that can tank, like Warrior and Trickster, I find that they're just more effective at tanking generally because you don't have as hard a time managing your stamina and you don't end up being a liability to your team. So coming in at number 8 on my list is Trickster. I know a lot of people will probably think this should be higher on the list. Some people will probably think this should be lower on the list. But let's get into why the Trickster is such a good class before I get into why I think it deserves to be in the 8th place spot. Trickster is easily, in my opinion, the best tank in the game. It doesn't have trouble gaining aggro. It throws it onto its Phantom. You can drag that Phantom around and make enemies chase you, which prevents damage to your entire party and yourself. It means you don't really have to worry about mitigating damage because you're never really taking damage when you're playing Trickster if you're playing it well, which means the class has very high survivability. And it can also buff your team at the same time by improving its damage, which is great, and it has a lot of augments that improve, how your pawns perform in combat. So it's just probably the best tank in the game overall if you're talking about like actually just tanking, and then adding in those support skills are really nice. However, this class has 0 damage basically to speak of. That none of its skills deal any damage, and a lot of its skills are extremely situational, like its Phantom Wall and Phantom Floor skills. They're just not used all that often, meaning that the vast majority of your gameplay is just going to be summoning your Phantom, dragging it around, and preventing enemies from hitting you while you buff your team. That's basically what you're going to do. And it's very effective, but it's definitely not a gameplay type for everyone. A lot of people like to do something with their character while they're, doing other things, or at least contribute to the damage of the group. And that's not something that you're really going to do when you're playing a Trickster, aside from the buffs. However, I do think it will be very good at endgame when enemies are very difficult and tanks have a harder time staying alive. This might be a tank class that can get through some of those fights very, very easily. So next up on my list at number 7 is Archer, and Archer is a fantastic class, and it's probably one of my favorites in the game, but I think it deserves a spot at number 7. But let's get into the good things about Archer first. Archers have extremely easy stamina management because they use steady shot a lot of the time, which consumes no stamina, and it does decent damage because you're able to aim manually at the weak spots of enemies over using something like quick shot. So archers don't have a hard time managing stamina compared to some classes, and the fact that they can hit weak spots easily means they can take advantage of downed enemies or enemies that have like large weak spots that are very easy to hit, where some classes might have a harder time. They are also exceptionally good on pawns. Pawns tend to play them really well in my experience, and they can get a lot of damage out of your archer pawn if they're set up correctly. However, they have an ineffective damage against some enemies that have like harder exteriors that are like rocky, and that can be problematic. And some of their skills are very difficult to use well. Like, especially if you're using them when you're in steady shot or something like that, they're just, the timing on them can be rather challenging even when you know what you need to do, and trying to keep your aim on a moving target while you're firing off repeated arrows can be difficult the way the controls are set up. So even though they're very effective, they're not quite as easy to use as some of the other classes in the game, and that's why they come in at 7 for me. Coming in at number 6 on my list is Warrior, and I really love the Warrior class, but there are some reasons that I decided to put it in the 6th place. But let's get into the good things first, and then I'll get into that. So Warriors have pretty damn good damage in my opinion. They deal a lot in like big, heavy, methodical swings. They do a lot of knockdown to enemies. They tend to knock enemies backward into things, dealing more damage to them. When you knock down enemies, they're really vulnerable, kind of like in Monster Hunter, putting them in a situation where you can do a lot of damage to them. They're very tanky. They can draw aggro. I find that they have a much easier time tanking enemies than fighters, for instance, in terms of like what you can do. Like, it's very easy to get guard broken on a fighter, but warriors can just sit there and in a charge stance and just take a little bit of damage and just stand there and take it. And it's just a lot easier to use, I think, than a fighter is. They also seem to contribute a lot more damage than fighters do, and they have, when you make a pawn a warrior, in fact, in my playthrough, I went and swapped out my fighter for a warrior just because I find that the occasional knockdown is very useful. You can contribute to knockdown with your character if you're set up properly, and they just deal more damage than fighters in general. The downside of fighter, in my opinion, is that they are very, very slow, and they feel clunkier than probably any class in the game in terms of like movement and attacks and stuff like that. And it's definitely not a class for everyone. Like, there's just people out there that are not going to want to play that slowly, and it does take some getting used to before you really get the hang of how to play it. It has a very high skill ceiling and skill floor, like some of the classes in the game, and it can take you a while to really get the hang of this class, which is why I put it in the 6th place. Next up on my list at number 5 is Sorcerer, and Sorcerer is a fantastic damage dealing class. They typically have the right element needed for most situations. They have very high damaging spells, and they have like fantastic way to recover their stamina and galvanize, which mages don't have, which is really nice because you use this a lot because a lot of your spells cost a lot of stamina. And frankly, some of the spells they have are just downright game-breakingly strong. Like, they'll just wipe the screen if they can get them off, and that's really, really useful. And you can make your pawns sorcerers, and they can absolutely just crank out damage, which is really, really nice. The downside of playing a sorcerer is that their cast times can be rather long for some of their spells. Some of them are very, very long, particularly like their Meister spells. And they have kind of like this, sequence where they're just casting a spell or two and then using Galvanize, or casting a spell or two and using Galvanize, and that's kind of what you do on a sorcerer. And the gameplay doesn't vary all that much. And it can be kind of frustrating sometimes too if you get interrupted during a long cast, like if you're 95% done of standing there for 10 seconds. And managing your stamina can be a chore for this class too. So for those reasons, I decided to put it in my number 5 slot. At number 4, I have Mystic Spearhand. I really enjoy this class. This is a really fun one. And this is another class that has a very high skill floor and a very high skill ceiling, meaning that it can take you a little bit to get the hang of this. And even when you get the hang of it, it takes you even longer to master it. But once you do, it's an absolutely devastating class. So Mystic Spearhands have great crowd control. They can basically immobilize or freeze enemies in place or even slow down big enemies and then just mess them up and teleport to them, mess them up, and just keep repeating this, which is great. They have fantastic mobility. They can slide over to their target up or down. They can jump up onto enemies very easily. And they have really good survivability with their bubble, which is also really good for their group because they can bubble their group as well. And all these things make it a fantastic class to play. Honestly, this class has very few downsides. I think probably one of the biggest downsides is that it can be used on pawns, and that it does take a while to get the hang of this class. I mean, you're not going to be good at it when you first start it, and you'll have to play it for a good amount of time before you really master it. So next up on my list at number 3 is Thief. I absolutely love Thief in this game. This is a class that I was not expecting to enjoy as much as I did. And if you haven't played a Thief yet, I highly recommend playing this one. So Thieves have a lot of things going for them. They have great mobility. They're very fast in combat. They can pin targets down and deal damage to them that way, which is just awesome. The animations are sick. They can stealth if they want. They have very high damage for a melee class, probably higher than any other melee class in the game. They actually have pretty good survivability because they can sidestep a lot of attacks. And they also have a skill that allows them to be unhittable while it's active, which is really great. So they have a lot of really good things going too. And if you like climbing up on monsters, then this is another good one. And pawns can be thieves, so that's also really great. Now the downsides of this class, in my opinion, are just that pawns don't play this class as well as you will. It's a very zoomer class, and pawns just don't have the AI capacity to play it the way that you would play it. So I don't recommend making a pawn a thief as much as you playing a thief, but still you can have pawn thieves if you want. And the other thing is, it takes a little bit to get the hang of some of the skills in the game. Not all of them are that easy to understand, and it has a lot more mechanics than maybe some other classes. But generally, it's just an awesome class to play. Coming in at number 2 on my list is Magic Archer. I love Magic Archer. Magic Archer might be my favorite class in the game, and I highly recommend, if you haven't tried Magic Archer out, that you try it. So what makes the Magic Archer so good? Well, they have really high damage. They're not hard to understand how to play. Once you play one for a little bit, you kind of get the hang of it. They have easy stamina management because they use their basic attacks a lot, just like archers do. So that makes them not have to worry about their stamina as much as other classes. They can also heal and revive enemies at range, meaning that you can play like a hybrid healer DPS character with it and actually support your group while ranging down enemies at the same time, which is nice. And Martyr's Bolt is arguably, one of the deadliest Meister skills in the game, and it can absolutely wipe the health bar of enemies instantly. The downside of this class is that you can't use it on pawns, which is really unfortunate, and it can't remove hostile effects the way a mage can. And hostile effects, particularly as you get further and further into the game and reach endgame, become more of a thing in the game. And that's a big downside, which means that I wouldn't advise removing a mage completely from your group if you're using your Magic Archer to heal because of that, unless you have enough consumables to support the removal of those effects. And that brings us to number 1, which is, of course, then Mage. Mages are just the pound-for-pound king in this game. Every party needs a mage. I don't think there's hardly any parties out there that don't have one. The fact that they can heal at will with Anodyne, the fact that they have a spot heal that will just top you up to complete health, they can remove status effects, they can buff your group, they can prevent damage in the group, they can improve speed. They can also use spells like High Levin, which can contribute to damage and give you some damaging options for easier fights to help them go faster. All of these things, in my opinion, make a mage really good. And of course, you can make a pawn a mage, which is really important in my opinion, because not everyone likes to play the support in their group. And being able to make your main pawn or another pawn the support really removes that from you, and you can focus on DPSing enemies or tanking if that's what you want to do. And it's just overall arguably the best class in the game. If I had to recommend one class for any party, it would be Mage. So that wraps up our video on the 10 classes of Dragon's Dogma and kind of ranking them, what I think are the best to worst. And I hope I've given good reasons. I want to know what your favorite are. What's your least favorite? Was I way off? Is it close to your list? And leave that in the comments below. And additionally, we will have more content coming. This is not the end of our Dragon's Dogma 2 content. I know people are really looking forward to that content on this channel. We're going to have an augments guide soon.
The Sphinx in Dragon's Dogma 2 is one of the coolest boss designs, and it's actually something that you unlock through some special means. However, there are 10 trials that you need to complete before getting the final reward, and every single trial you complete will give you progressively better and better rewards, including tons of gold, some interesting items, as well as a bunch of achievements in there that will help a ton if you want to go for full 100% completion. So today I'm going to show you a step-by-step guide how to complete this in the easiest way, as well as some tips along the way to just make things a lot better. But to find the Sphinx, there are 2 locations that we have to visit, and fortunately enough, both of them are reachable from the checkpoint Rest Town. So the first one is going to be up north of it. We're going to have to pass through the ancient battleground, go through the castle until we reach some of these caverns, and then use them to get all the way to the mountain peak in a place called the Mountain Shrine. So simply head over to the north side exit of the town, and there's going to be an adjacent route right here that brings you a bit downwards and eventually all the way to the ancient battleground. Now once you reach here, there's going to be a boss. Simply ignore it and keep it to the left side for now. From here, simply climb the hills until you reach the nearby castle entrance, and from that point on, keep it to the left side and make your way through the tower all the way at the top. Here you will find another ladder which will bring you at the top of these walls. Now if for some reason this is not available to you, what you can do is to go alongside these walls, climb them up, and then eventually make your way at the top of these cliffs, which is going to help you descend back into the main area. And from this point on, simply climb the final set of stairs, go past this wall onto the other side, and from here you just have to navigate 2 sets of caverns that will bring you eventually to the mountain top. You can't really miss it as the path is pretty linear from this point on. And once you are at the top, you will encounter the Sphinx for the first time, and you can start progressing through its riddles. So there are 5 of them in here, beginning with the riddle of eyes. This is actually the easiest. Once you progress through the dialogue, all you have to do is to go right here in this entrance to a pathway onto the right side. And there are going to be a bunch of enemies at the top of this flight of stairs, but once you defeat them, just head over back and take a look at the archway at the top of that entrance. Here you will find a chest containing a file, and this is exactly the item that you have to bring back to the Sphinx boss. Once you're here, simply give it in, and this is then going to successfully finish the first trial and open the first treasure box. And inside of it, we actually get a wake stone, so that comes in handy, but there are much better rewards coming in a bit. Now, the second trial is the Trial of Madness, and what the Sphinx wants to do is to bring a character that's very important to you. Now, there are some other options from some of the side missions, but for now, you can just bring in your main pawn right here using R2, and then drop it right here on the pedestal. Once you speak with the Sphinx and give in your answer, she's going to be satisfied with the answer, and this is going to pretty much finish the riddle. As well as the second box, which is going to give you a port crystal. Keep this at hand as we're gonna use it to duplicate it and basically get it. It's a very awesome item and one of the most useful in the entire game. Now, before we move on, I recommend completing the Riddle of Conviction next, as it's very fast. So all you have to do is present an item to the Sphinx. Don't worry, they will not take it. Instead, it's actually going to get duplicated. So I highly encourage you to use any item that's extremely valuable. I definitely suggest going for the port crystals, since these are by far the most valuable and also the most difficult to come by default. So if you have the one from the previous chest you just did, you're going to have this immediately duplicated. So simply head over to the chest that just opened, and inside you will find a second port crystal. And now if you pay attention to your inventory, you will see that you actually have 2 of them. Quick tip over here, definitely place down one of these port crystals right in front of the shrine so that we can always teleport here very quickly instead of taking the very long route to this area. And we're gonna need that because the next 2 trials are going to bring us out in the open world. So for the Trial of Wisdom, what we have to do is to bring back to the Sphinx a Sphinx parent, Sphinx mother or Sphinx father, it doesn't really matter. All of these can be recruited from a special rift stone, again very close to the checkpoint town. So what you have to do is to simply head over to this side of the road right here called Rift Stone of Fellowship. It's going to be inside this tower, but there are going to be some enemies that you have to defeat. Once inside, simply activate the Rift Stone and you should already see a bunch of Sphinx fathers or, well, Sphinx parents in here that you can recruit right away. Doesn't matter which one of these it is, just get them. Any of them can work just fine. And if you want to be completely sure, you can go ahead and recruit a couple of them. With these two in your party, you can just head over back to the mountain shrine and present either of the parents to the main Sphinx. And once you do that, the trial will be completed, and this also opens up the next chest, which contains 1200 Rift points for you to spend on the Rift Stone if you want to. Now, if you want to save a bit more time and also a bunch of fairy stones, I recommend actually hearing both the Trial of Wisdom and the one of Rumination and completing them both at the same time, since both of them bring you out in the open world. So for the first one, I already told you how to complete it. Let's go over the one of Rumination. This might be the most complicated, because you pretty much have to backtrack and remember where was the first place where you encountered your first Seeker token in this entire playthrough. So you have to make a mental note of the first Seeker token that you ever find. In my case, it was right here just outside of the second exit of the Trevor mine, since this was one of the first, mission areas that you get to do right up north of Vernworth. So luckily, I just had to climb down this exit, and right here by the side of this wall, I found a Finder's token, which is the exact same place I found the Seeker token at the start of the game. But this time around, it's going to be called Finder's token, and that's how you know you're actually doing it right. And once you do that, you can just head over back to the Sphinx, present this as well. And once you do that, the trial is pretty much finished. And this also opens up that fifth chest right here, which you can go ahead, open up, and this is going to give you 3 fairy stones, which are going to be very helpful, especially since you might have consumed quite a few of them along the way. Once you're done with this, the Sphinx takes off, also takes the big chest with it, and is going to move to its second and final location. And that location is going to be right here at the Frontier Shrine, which is just a bit west from the checkpoint Rest Town, and actually a lot easier to reach than the previous one. But before you head over back to the town, absolutely make sure you also get back your port crystal from the shrine. Don't leave it over there, as you're not gonna have any use for it in this area any longer. Once you're back in town, maybe do a quick rest at the inn. But once you're done with that, simply exit via the north side and then just go down right here to the right. There's going to be this dried river section, and this will bring you underneath the bridge. From here, simply follow the route. You can't mess this up, but be careful because you do have to jump up through some of these cliffs and go to the upper platforms until you eventually reach this sort of middle section with a bunch of ruins. So in this case, you're going to pay attention to this middle junction with one of these collapsed pillars that covers this area that brings you to the final shrine location. So simply jump over it or use any of your abilities to go to the other side, and from this point on, you're pretty much set for the final destination. Which brings us to the final set of 5 trials/riddles that we have to complete, which are going to be slightly more challenging than the previous 5. But there's one thing you have to do first, and that is to collect your 6th reward, which is going to be 100,000 gold. So this is something that opens immediately once you enter this location and find the Sphinx here. This is just given to you automatically without doing anything, and this will help a ton for the plans ahead. Now, some of these riddles might come in different orders, as it seems to be a bit randomized, but the next one I got was the riddle of recollection. In this one, to the left, I had to bring back to the Sphinx some of these stone statues corresponding to the number of trials that I got right up until that point. So the best way to verify this is simply take a look at the number of chests that you have opened in both of the trials until now. So in the case of the first shrine location, we opened up all of the 5 chests, and in the
If he who was dragon forged is to be found in Harv village, maybe we ought to go there and find him. Very well. I'll guide you there directly.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose.
You're no soldier, are you? I'd not recommend camping. You'll awake neath a blanket of ash. I can give you a roof over your head at least. Always a pleasure.
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb.
After you, Arisen.
I will use this opportunity to gather my strength.
Living's hard, but dreams are free, I say.
You haven't forgotten us, have you, Master?
Should have set the sights lower.
I see you cannot manage without me for a moment, Arisen. Naught compares to the thrill of victory. One cannot help but feel
we're under attack!
Let us see what you're made of. No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the worm, as they say.
I shall act of my own accord. Look out, Arisen! We're under attack!
Well done.
victory!
Quite the view from up here. Let me see how high I can scale.
Well said.
Our foe appears to have grown just as weary as we.
You must make the most of this opportunity.
Strike fast and true, and our foe shall fall. Master, watch out! When enraged, this creature is capable of calamitous strength. We ought not to provoke it.
How are we meant to attack it without angering it?
We've an opening. Focus your attacks.
Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall!
Very well. I must. Caught off guard, Arisen.
That's better. Set it. Then wrench it to the ground.
It's certainly worth a try. Seems we have engaged our foe.
Might we use their rage to our advantage?
By your lead.
There's a ladder here.
We ought to put it to good use.
Do you feel the ground tremble underfoot? It is proof that the volcano is very...
Some of our foes are proficient at ranged attacks. They will prove most troublesome if not dealt with swiftly.
Of course.
Guard all you want. It's going to make a difference when I've rapid skills, see?
Was excellent. I could have done no better.
Focus. The battle continues.
Well said.
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here? I shan't allow any further harm to come to you. You've been doused in oil! You must stay clear of fire!
As you wish. I shall return directly.
My pack's grown rather heavy.
Lessening our load will help to keep us light on our feet.
You needn't command me at every turn. I know what to do. This calls for a curative.
One of us has been poisoned.
I hope you weren't expecting mercy.
You need not rest from my account, Master. I've never felt more alive. I've a wellspring of strength that shall never run dry. We have no means of exploiting our enemy's weakness.
He who was dragon-forged, eh? Perhaps we ought to seek out this man and his wisdom in Harv Village. Follow me. I will guide you to the location.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way. You ought not to go charging off alone.
Don't be such a worry. I know what I mean.
to be overcome.
Wish me to return?
Poison is a nasty affliction.
What is your footing, Master? Losing your battles on an empty line this sharp would be perilous.
A ballista is a ranged weapon.
This could grant us an edge in battle if we use it well.
I shall act of my own accord. We have no means of exploiting our enemy's weakness.
Prepare yourself.
Arisen, to me. I shall heal you.
Halt, if you please.
One of us has been poisoned.
Perhaps this will seem of little consequence, but different masters favor different pawns. One whom I served preferred to have beastrons for allies.
Each to their own.
Poison ought to be cured with all due haste.
This should be of use. much is within me.
Come, I'll lead the way.
To breathe. We must find a moment to gather our strength.
Ah, a ballista. These have quite a long range.
This could grant us an edge in battle, if we use it well.
Come to think of it, we're all of differing vocations, aren't we?
Our respective abilities are unique as well.
Let us utilize our individual strengths wherever possible.
Very useful ingredients to be gathered here, I'll wager.
No harm in picking a few. I'm nodding off where I stand. There's no easy thing, making a living. I would fain eat.
Don't feel safe. You think I care to hit?
I'd hasten home, were this not my duty.
Time to be heading home.
There's all watching me. I swear it.
I'd hasten home, were this not my duty.
It's just another day. Same as the one afore.
I've just had a thought. I shall never forget the agony I felt at the coronation. How might the technique used to control us be dispelled? Anything's better than this. Even the grave.
I lament this calling I've chosen at times.
Life's been pretty kind to me. Come to think of it.
I must earn.
All I've got left are my ends and
Peruse at your leisure, sir.
more places to buy my scotch.
Having more of these to hand ought serve us well in battle.
Let us take care when and how we put them to use. It would seem we've need of a key, but... oh, what a nuisance. Let us simply break it down.
It will not break easily, you know.
Well, you don't see that every day. I imagine my master would faint were I to return beyond the rift with it.
Now here's a surprise.
At least all our efforts weren't for naught. Huh. I'll have to remember to tell my own master about this.
If I sleep on
Why? Peruse at your leisure, sir.
Pray, allow me to open yon chest.
leave the finding of equipment-enhancing material to me.
All told, I'm rather satisfied
Let us
with my...
work together.
I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect you'll find my talents useful should we encounter another speaker.
Twas a fine journey we shared. Wherever you're
It will be an
traveled-
honor to serve by your side.
I'll carefully conserve my strength and endeavor to survive every battle by way of... If 'tis discipline your company lacks, I can provide.
A troubling rumor has reached my ears, and methinks I ought to share it. 'Tis said there is an illness spawns can contract beyond the rift that inflicts unspeakable harm on those around them. As it progresses, the pawn gradually loses all self-control, and in time will even seize the...
Beg pardon if my hospitality is a bit lack, but if you seek a bed and you've the coin, 'tis yours. No questions asked. Glad to be of service, sir. Beg pardon if my hospital, but if you seek a bed and you've the coin, 'tis yours. No questions asked.
We must rest, though. You can count on me to fly to your aid in your hour of need, Master. Where ought we to go now?
The presence of a single mage. I hope I can count on you in a scrape.
My talents lie in combining materials. 'Twill be an honor to serve by your side.
I believe this is intended as a means of transport. It would be interesting to see where it might take us.
I can foresee no reason not to make use of this. We've arrived well enough. Where to next?
There's a tavern that stocks new liquor, but they only take...
You're welcome to take whatever you like from my pack, Master. I'd gladly see you put what I find to good use.
Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
The creature's corpse will serve us well.
You cut quite the hunter's figure.
Not again! I'm losing track of how many of these we've felled.
Since times of remember, draconic blood flows through the
veins of lesser drakes as well. Then I bid ye farewell.
Tis no more or less than what one...
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by your side.
Now there's a worthy prize. If only 'tweren't so far away. Feast your eyes on this!
That strategy never would have occurred to me.
Now that is a surprise.
I'll be feeling the scars of that battle for some time yet.
What fails to destroy us only enhances our chances against future adversaries.
Ooh, I can't wait to find out what's inside. That's quite the drop.
Take care.
I hope you weren't expecting mercy. I'll harvest what I can, should it please you. cavern. Of all things, it seems undisturbed. Mayhap we'll be the first one to explore it.
'Tis an exciting discovery, but we ought not to lose our heads.
You would gather materials here, Master. Can we really afford to carry more? No quarrel here. Tremendous work.
Let us try for the same result with our next attack. Well worth the effort of breaking it.
We would be ill-advised to proceed without light. At first glance, it seems impossible. But unless I'm mistaken, an alternate path is close at hand. Not. You're safe with me. Treasure chest. We shall have to find a way to reach it. useful ingredients to be gathered here, I'll wager.
No harm in picking a few. That looks promising. Any ideas as to how we might reach it?
The day grows darker with our every step.
We shall have to be all the more vigilant.
Having plenty of these to hand will make for easier battles.
Let us take care when and how we put them to use.
Oh! I'd not have thought we'd find one here.
A splendid discovery.
Interesting. I shall have to inform my own master of this.
An abandoned campsite, just waiting to be claimed.
I've just recalled. I found a treasure chest near here during my travels beyond the rift. May I show you to its location?
Choppers, Master!
He who was dragon forged, eh? Perhaps we need to seek out this man and his wisdom in Half Village. Pray, allow me to show you the way.
You're in your hands, sir. Much obliged. Hang in there, Master. I am coming to assist.
Over here, if you please.
Dare I say it? We trounced our foe well and true.
Well, I'm sure there's still room. This work has quite the temper.
I could not use their range horizontally.
Too easily done.
At once, Master. mind coming over here?
Might there be aught over there?
We ought to take a closer look.
You're staring, Arisen. Has aught yonder caught your eye? Let me be the one to collect it. Fantastic find. I wonder whether my master from beyond the rift managed to find that. Somehow, I doubt it.
Over here, if you please.
I've got a good feeling about this one.
Materials, eh? I shan't deny they have their uses.
I could look upon this sky for all eternity, if 'twasn't for the crick in my neck.
Keep gazing upward and you're like to stumble ere long.
And here I was hoping for some great treasure. Now I feel a fool.
We cannot expect gleaming treasures round every corner.
It was a surprise to find someone living out here, and an old man at that.
I regret to say.
Fancy a look at my wares?
Would you mind coming over here? I see our goal has changed. I would not presume to direct our course, but do let me know if you require a guide.
'Tis not for us to gainsay the Arisen's judgment. We must go where we are bid.
Follow me, if you would.
You would entrust this item of import to me, Master? Very well. I shall keep it safe till you have need of it.
Now seems a fine time to sort through your belongings, Master.
Let's see. What can we do without?
Frey, follow me. Following along, I trust. Take care not to lose sight of me.
Over here, if you please.
Fancy a look at my wares?
A curative ought to do the trick.
Pray, follow me. I know...
About time you came along. I've a special... Or so I'd like to... Ah, good. You're awake. Look to the sea, my friend. Hard to resist setting out in one's boat with fair skies like these, eh? Now, I've told you about the sunken temple in the middle of the sea, haven't I? I'm quite sure I mentioned it. But I ne'er spoke of the man who resides there. He was such a worthy ruler in life that his armies safeguard him as he himself would have it. He was once entrusted with the task of watching over this world from the heavens, yet he tired of his duty. And alas, though he was a just and it sounds unfortunate, but if you ask me, 'tis all a matter of perspective. I should know. In all my long years, I've never forgotten a single thing. Would that I could forget some of it. A lie it may seem, but come see me again if it pleases you.
Heavens fend. I'd ne'er seen the like. I'd not known there were ruins in the depths of this cavern till the path appeared. 'Twas magic, methinks. I should have liked to investigate, if the place hadn't been crawling with monsters at any rate. I'd best report this discovery to my...
Yon structure yet lies on the water. 'Tis strange to think that it slumbered beneath the surface all this time.
Curiously, it does not seem to be of mortal make.
It seems aught has occurred within the depths of Stormwind Cave. But what, I wonder?
I know not what to say. We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
thought feels quite so wasteful as coming upon a fine piece of equipment after purchasing the very same item in a shop.
Ah, yes. That sounds familiar.
Consider me your bulwark. Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
A treasure chest. Shall we see if we can't make our way over to it? I'd fain lead the way, if you would be so kind as to follow me.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
Are at your disposal.
We cannot break it from this side.
Really now?
Take this. 'Tis something I found. I wanted you to have it.
Avoid flame at any cost, Arisen. You have been doused in oil.
'Tis in caverns such as these that monsters thrive.
Narrow passages may await us. Be on your guard.
'Tis easily done. Challenge if ever I saw one. This will be over in moments.
Have my support.
Pray, slow your feet. You run too fast for the likes of me.
Let us endeavor to keep up, though we are less fleet of foot.
I'll gather these now. 'Twould be a shame to forget their location when we need them most.
So, another comes seeking to inter me. Yet your wicked schemes will avail you not, watching one. Time and again have you sent unto me your minions. Why do you not draw your blade? This... You seek not my death. I am Rothas, founder of the kingdom of... And you appear to be arisen. Tell me your reason for coming here. God's sway. E'en from these depths I have beheld the Batali scuttling about, gathering their fragments. Baleful, maddening act to transmute the fractured souls of Arisen into such frivolous baubles. Aye, that which you seek is a soul much like your own. Yet rarely will you find one intact, for splinters are all that remain of those pitiful Arisen, who what the flesh may rot, the soul, and 'twould seem the Batali seek to augment this power through their perverted arts. Yet 'tis folly, the frolicking of children. Such a trinket could ne'er... I know little of your intent, but I sense in you a powerful will. A will that urges you towards fulfillment of some... I shall grant you this blade. It too is the soul of an Arisen. Mine own, in fact. Refined in purest dragon blood. Alas, the ages have taken their toll. 'Tis as withered as mine own flesh. Yet, mayhap, the Batali's profane magics would be capable of drawing forth. If that is what you seek, Arisen, then go on to their stronghold.
heart in hand, we can leap from one end of the kingdom to another in a trice.
It's not an item to be squandered.
Look here. This path seems rather promising.
There, Master! Undead!
As a matter of fact, I did not take to being a mage straight away. It was some time before I managed to wrangle my spells under control. Now I bear the title of sorcerer. If a foe needs magical retribution, pray look to me to dispense it.
I'll go and open the chest. A door of sturdy make. 'Twill be impossible without the key.
We must needs find the key.
Master, my heart knows no greater peace than when I'm by your side.
I thought you might like this, so I picked it up. Here you go.
Having more of these to hand ought serve us well in battle.
What say we pelt one at the next foe we encounter?
To the chest. I shall take a look. Inside.
gloom has an eerie cast. At any rate, I've only just noticed, but not one of us has any skill with a sword.
I mislike our odds in a melee.
We've done all right for ourselves so far. Why shouldn't our luck continue? Unless my eyes deceive me, there's something down there.
I'll carefully conserve my strength and endeavor...
You would gather materials here, Master. Can we really afford to carry more?
We could add a warrior to our ranks. What say you, Master? This place offers a view of the sea.
You wish me to return? At once, Master. I would appreciate your swift return, Master. A fell unease begins to gnaw at me when you are gone over long.
No, this is all wrong. What use of pitiful fragments such as what we have achieved is sufficient to sway. But when the time comes to fell the dragon, I fear it may not be enough. Lord Phasus insists we shall succeed, and yet... Ah, a new hand, are you? Have you some business with me? Why? 'Tis an arisen. This. But why do you possess such a thing? Where did you obtain it? No. Never mind. All that matters is this. With this alone, I shall be able to craft a superior godsway, the finest of all created. I must make haste that I might deliver it to Lord Phasus, even a moment. But wait, no. I have not the worm's life crystals to restore it. Confound it all! You've not heard of them. They are formed of crystallized drops of dragon blood. It is a requisite component of the godsway, which is formed when the souls of a risen and dragon naturally. Such crystals can only be obtained through the slaying of... Yet I am doubtful that Lord Phasus would lend me his forces when the ritual is so... Oh, don't be ridiculous. Do you even understand? I suppose Lord Phasus is satisfied, though I suppose... Now, as I've said, all the better if it happens to be... You've returned. Have you obtained any worm's life crystals? Then I wish you good fortune.
It is good to be reunited.
There's a tavern that stocks new liquor, but they only cater to bistros.
A good sleep will ensure we are prepared for them.
A good sleep does wonders.
Come. We've much to be getting on with.
guess the townsfolk have fuller pockets.
I've got to focus.
Looking for all
She's
the
just
hard day.
These writings could be of import.
Let's have a look then.
Interested in my wares? Hoy! Looking to change? No need to overthink it. You can change it on a... Well, got any fight? Mr. Chair? Many thanks. I'll take any chance not to think on my troubles.
Interested in my wares?
Hoy! No need to overthink it. You can change it on a whim. You've naught to lose. And you might even make a new discovery. Many thanks.
Go on, have a look.
Hoy! No need to overthink it. You can change it. Many thanks. Oh, my creaky knees. Yeah, more than my life's worth, this.
Someday.
What you need. Look around if you must, but be sure to buy all. My services don't come cheap, my... And come again when you've more coin. go.
Me? Now, this hardly bears saying, but don't you dare. Always a pleasure.
Well, it takes two to make a sale.
My services don't... come cheap. You're welcome. What a bother. Just tell me what you need. And I'll see it come again when you've more coin. Look out! Knackers!
Your mana!
over so soon? Why, we seem to have come through unscathed.
Well met, sir. How's the day treating you then?
Materials, eh? I shan't deny they have their uses.
I've a modest talent for spotting materials that can be used to enhance your equipment. I can even...
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain... by your side.
I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect you'll find my talents useful, should we encounter another speaker. If we share our strengths, we can be...
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
At last! The moment I've been waiting for. Allow me to gather these up.
Do watch where you're going. You'll hurt yourself one of these days.
Oh, don't mind me. These things happen. My magics are at your disposal.
Cling to life.
'Tis a wonder any foe challenges us with the Arisen in our midst.
I suppose there can be no harm in bringing this along.
We'll find a use for it, I'm sure.
Here we go again.
If battle cannot be avoided, 'tis fight or die.
'Tis easily done. I've got you. Use this chance to recover.
quickly now. Our master beckons.
By your leave.
There's a mechanism for holding it. It looks as if it repairs significantly.
So close a call offers no solace in victory.
Let us pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and try not to slip up again.
I could swear I've seen what's needed here, amidst what we have in storage.
Look, Master, a treasure chest. We shall have to find a way to reach it. You would gather materials here, Master. Can we really afford to carry more?
Prepare to engage.
You can count on me to keep you safe.
Just hand over your coin, and I'll let you alone.
You'll not live to regret this.
It is rather narrow here. Be on your guard.
We ought to hasten our steps, lest we find ourselves trapped. Someone saw fit to camp here, 'twould seem.
Come to think of it, we might already have what we seek stored away.
what's inside. I'll gather these now. 'Twould be a shame to forget their location when we need them most.
Go again.
We were battle ready when they found us. This shan't take long.
By your leave.
You're made of.
Poison ought to be cured with all due haste.
Need healing? I'm happy to oblige. Hold on. Stay right there.
I've just recalled. I found a treasure chest near here during my travels beyond the rift. May I show you to its location? Come to think of it, we might already have what we seek stored away.
talents further.
Allow me to lead the way. I can take you to our destination by the optimum route.
Have at me! I'll gladly take on any number of foes.
Battle cannot be avoided. Fight or die.
Fear not. 'Tis well in hand. Poison ought to be cured with all due haste.
The sun's light has grown dim.
We shall have to rely on our other senses as the darkness robs us of our sight.
It is clear to me that my fate is to aid you. Ah, but which dragon do you seek? The dragon that stole your heart shall appear before you when the time is come. Surely you do not ask of the so-called lesser dragon. 'Twas slain in Batal by your own hand. If 'tis yet another dragon you seek, then perhaps you ought to search for it yourself. Your feet will guide you no less ably than any revelation on...
Take this. 'Tis something I found. I wanted you to have it.
An oracle, bereft of words, is an oracle unmade.
Master, I discovered a treasure chest hereabouts during my
Dragon's Play.
You might feel like that's overly dramatic, but when you can accidentally get every single person in an entire village, including the capital, killed without realizing, yeah, it's not. Hello, my fellow Arisen. This is a quick PSA on Dragon's Plague, a mechanic in Dragon's Dogma 2 that I think, while well-intentioned, is an extra layer of mysterious, creepy fun that can end in disaster if you don't notice or deal with it. It's perhaps a little bit too subtle, and people are having their entire saves, given that you can't, load a previous one if you don't have backups in some form, well, essentially ruined by this plague, because if you don't deal with it and then rest at an inn, every single NPC connected to the town that the inn that you rested in is in will be killed by the pawn that has it. Now, the last thing I want to do is just kind of spoil the results of this whole mechanic, but I think it is too important to not, and too many people have come forward and be like, oh, I don't know what to do now. I feel like I've put like 40 hours in, and now my gameplay is my playthrough's ruined. I'm so sad, and I don't want that to happen to any of you guys. So I want to really, in detail, get this across so that you can interact with it in the, the fun way that you're supposed to, and not sort of the disastrous blind slide slap in the face it can be. So this is Dragon's Plague. Step 1, if you have not had an in-game pop-up tutorial to tell you about Dragon's Plague, this box right here, then you don't have to worry yet. You have not interacted with a pawn that has it, you've not hired a pawn that has it, your main pawn doesn't have it, you're good. If you've not seen this, you're fine. But from the first time you do see this, you need to be on guard. And likely the first time you will see this is when you hire a pawn in the rift, and then it pops up. So, spoiler alert, yeah, that means the pawn you just hired has Dragon's Plague, so I would rapidly then desummon it and get a different one. But now, of course, you won't get told if said different one has it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves then. How do you actually get it? Well, 2 ways. Your pawn, your main pawn, or your extra pawns can catch it from another pawn in your party that already has Dragon's Plague. Or the actual source of the plague to begin with is when you are fighting a drake or a lesser dragon. They can give it to your pawns, and very specifically the grab attack where they pick up the pawn and give him a deep staring eye-to-eye meaningful look. Well, yes, that really does test the pawn's loyalty, because now there is a good chance they have been Dragon's Plagued. Now, I will say at this point that it has become a much bigger problem post-release, because there is so many more pawns going around, so many more people fighting drakes, and there is a lot more plague. In the early review stage that the creators were part of, there wasn't that many pawns, obviously, because there wasn't that many people playing, and it just really didn't happen to us. I didn't see this pop up till like 80 hours into my first playthrough, so yeah, we have to kind of deal with it now. So that's how it's gotten and how it spreads. So what actually happens? Well, if you walk around with a pawn that has it, whether it's your main or your extras, for long enough in-game games go by, enough rests happen, eventually, as I said at the start, when you next take an in-rest, you will get greeted with a cutscene. A very ominous, admittedly very cool cutscene, but a cutscene that means in the morning you get this little charming message that tells you that Dragon's Plague has struck, and, well, if only you'd been more observant, perhaps this tragedy could have been prevented. Assess the situation. And when you do assess the situation, as I said, every NPC in the town you rested in will be very dead indeed. And there is only 3 ways to deal with that if it happens to you. Farm enough wake stones to slowly revive every single one, but there's enough wake stones in the game if it happens to a big populated city like one of the capitals, or you have a save backup in some form and you can undo it, because remember, you've rested at an inn, so it saves this happening as soon as it does happen. You can't just undo it instantly. And then finally, there is a AoE big use wake stone that you can get, the eternal one that will mass resurrect everyone in the town. That comes from the Sphinx, and we have a guide on how to get it up on the channel, so I heartily recommend having that in your back pocket just in case. But ideally, prevention, as they say, is the best cure. So how do you prevent this actually happening to you? Well, you have to notice the signs, and if you do notice the signs, you have to, well, put down the pawn in question. Either send it back to the rift, or if it's your main pawn, drown it in brine, which is admittedly a little bit sort of anti-synergy with how it wants you to have your relationship with the pawns. I do think there's a little bit of a maybe a hole in the thinking out of this whole mechanic. I really feel like when Dragon Plague strikes, it should summon sort of big boss enemy attacking the town and you can defend it and save the citizens, that would be very cool. A auto cutscene everyone's dead is... but that's by the by. How do you prevent it? You have to notice one of 3 signs, or multiple as they'll all develop. So have a look at each of your 3 pawns before you rest, and then you're spotting for the following. Number 1, glowing red or purpley eyes. Initially it starts just flashing subtly, and then eventually they will be stood there with just full death glow coming out of their face, and it's really hard to miss. That said, it will start subtly with just a very soft, faint in and out glow that you really have to pay attention to. Then, symptom 2, your pawn will grab their head, look like they've got a headache, be in pain, look like they're struggling, and they'll do that fairly consistently. And then number 3, they'll be a sassy little bastard to you. When you're in combat and you give them commands, they'll start saying things like, "You don't have to command me all the time, God arisen," or "I already know how to do that, stop it." And you'll have this little moment of, wait, what? Because that's not how pawns are supposed to act in the slightest.
You need a command move every turn. I know what to do.
So, yeah, those are the 3. Glowing evil eyes that get more and more glowy as we get closer to Death Day. Hold their heads in pain and refusing or being all combative when you give them commands. If you notice any of these 3 things on any of your 3 pawns, if it's the extra 3 and 4, send them back to the rift, get another one. If it's your main pawn, drown them in brine, get them killed, fully reset them, and resummon them from the riftstone, and you are good. It takes a great many days from Dragon's Plague to go from stage 1 to everyone is now dead, so you have a lot of time to notice it, but admittedly it can be subtle if you don't know what you're looking for, and well, we have seen the disastrous results of not knowing what you're looking for. So I hope this has helped, and it prevents this from happening.
Last journey beyond the rift. Shall I guide you to it?
I know only that which is already clear. That the origins of this artifact can be traced to but you have committed a grave sin.
I suppose we might as well gather what we can.
I'll carefully conserve my strength and endeavor to survive every battle by way of sound strategy and defensive tactics.
Master, 'twould be prudent to rid yourself of any excess items.
If you feel overburdened, mayhap I could carry some things for you.
These beasts will be truly defeated when their skulls are smashed and beyond repair.
Ensure your next attack is no less purposeful.
Lost.
I've got a good feeling about this one. A fine display of skill.
Follow my example.
I like that. That's it.
This isn't the way to our destination.
There, Master! Knackers!
The enemy retreats.
'Tis the mark of a champion to prevail with weapons sheathed. Are you all right?
I've got you. Use this chance to recover.
Master.
You're looking well, eh? I could use some help if you got much appreciated.
'Tis dark as pitch, Master. Pray, light your lantern afore I trip. I'll harvest what I can, should it please you.
We are to retreat, then?
This ain't my problem. This is my end. You! I'll not be done in by the likes of you.
I dare say I could topple such blows with my hands right behind my back. Shall I give it a try?
Right you are. I'm done for. This is my trouble. Seems my luck's run out. That's what you get.
Disposal. Ooh, I can't wait to find out what's inside. You run so fast. I can hardly keep you in my sights, Arisen.
Let us endeavor to keep up, though we are less fleet of foot. There, Master. Knackers. We are none of us alike in vocation.
That is most fortuitous.
Hold fast, Arisen. I will be with you in but a moment.
If 'tis discipline your company lacks.
You would gather materials here, Master. Can we really afford to carry more?
I'm starving, I am.
No shortage of these things.
Much appreciated. Take it before it burns a hole in me pocket.
I'm dead tired. I can't seem to find.
Our master has given us an order. Surely you do not intend to disobey.
So, you seek to go on through.
Leave it to me. I know precisely where we're headed. Follow me. I will guide you to the location.
Should we make our way there and see what's to be seen? What's more, this town boasts a unique construction. It straddles the border with facilities for both nations on each side. If only there were more places like this. The peoples of both countries would doubtless stand to benefit.
We should be able to move this boulder with our combined might.
Would anyone care to push? Nicely done!
I merely did as duty demands.
Well said.
Feast your eyes on this! A decent spot to make camp, assuming there are no monsters about.
It's a dangerous thing, traveling after dark. Mayhap we could pass the night here. Undead!
Consider me your bulwark. Rather valuable, this.
A fitting reward for a rigorous search.
Ourselves a pat on the back.
We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
thought you might like this, so I picked it up. Here you go. Whenever I see so much as a gleam of treasure, I cannot help but want to...
I've just recalled. I found a treasure chest near here.
Where the venom harpy's venom?
A flawless execution.
Would that we might always be so in step, eh? If we're to destroy this, 'twill have to be from the other side.
Nothing else for it, I suppose.
Someone is being attacked, Master. Perhaps we ought to intervene.
I quite agree.
You're safe with me.
Tis a ballista arisen.
Tis not how we use this, but when that counts. I imagined would be most beneficial in combat.
At last! I thought we'd never find one.
Our collection grows.
Huh. I'll have to remember to tell my own master about this.
No dawdling. The Arisen calls.
Understood.
This brute has quite
master set for me.
Well said.
A friendly face. If I might be so bold, I fear there are none else to whom I can turn. Oh, thank you!
We are to escort our charge to the cenotaph. Shall we be on our way? Follow me, Master. I shall guide you to the location.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
It is overly narrow here, and ill-suited to combat.
Let us proceed with caution. Eyes peeled, ears pricked. This is a powerful weapon. A skeleton! There! One of us has been poisoned. These fiends will only be defeated when their skulls are smashed beyond repair.
The monster's left us a parting gift. I'll see it safely into my pack, don't you worry.
I see a ladder yonder, but we can't reach it from here. We'll have to get up there and drop it down.
Are at your disposal.
Then I shall remain by your side.
Oh, 'twasn't an easy journey. All that remains is to ring the bell. I only pray. That should do it, eh? My humblest thanks, sir. I swear I'd fain reward you for your aid. Heaven knows you've earned it. Oh, perhaps you'd accept this key for your troubles. I happened upon it on our way here. I suppose it must unlock something on this battleground. Though I confess... Still, surely it must be grand, as the key is of such ornate...
Allow me to lead the way. I can take you to our destination by the optimum route. Over here, if you please. I suppose we might as well gather what we can.
This ladder can take us to new heights.
We've an opening. Focus your attacks.
Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall.
No quarrel here.
Poison is a nasty affliction. Trounced our foe well and true.
Well, I'm sure there's still room for improvement. The find of the century, I dare say. This is why I shall never tire of our adventures.
This is generally used as a material.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations.
Danger might lurk anywhere. Wear every shadow, and mind the ceiling.
Naught can threaten us if we watch each other's backs.
Yon ox cart is broken beyond repair.
The work of goblins, mayhap.
No room for carelessness.
Poison ought to be cured with all due haste.
At last! The moment I've been waiting for. Allow me to gather these up.
Thomas has been poisoned. Seems we have enraged our foe.
A reckless opponent makes for easy prey.
Understood.
We may have underestimated this foe. Time to heal up. Hold just a moment.
Yon path leads not to our destination. If you would prefer to explore, I shall guide you another time.
The Arisen decides our path. We have but to follow. Nasty affliction.
There's a ladder here.
Ah, excellent find.
Me your fault.
Now, what might that be?
Let us ponder how best to proceed.
There's a cave in the vicinity that you've yet to explore. I can take us there, using knowledge I gained beyond the rift.
Materials, eh? I shan't deny they have their uses. Where are the skeletons? Prepare yourself!
These fiends are only truly defeated when their skulls are smashed beyond repair.
Most impressive, Master. The fire must be put out ere our comrade burns!
A meagre challenge if ever I saw one. This will be over in moments.
You have my support.
Now this is a good find.
A fitting reward for a rigorous search.
I'll get that for you.
Over here, if you would.
Novel idea. I've never seen my own master attempt such a feat.
Now that is a surprise.
I never imagined we'd find a cave here of all places. I'm looking forward to finding out what dwells within.
Keep stout of heart, clear of mind. There's a ladder here.
Perhaps new discoveries await us apart.
Eyes open. There's no telling what might lurk in the shadows of this place.
Caution is wise. Over-caution is foolish. We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
You scared? You should be.
Over here, if you please.
Must summon a...
Come, I'll lead the way. One never can have too many of these.
Let us take care when and how we put them to use.
You're trying to piss me off. Keep that up. Losing battle ain't worth fighting.
I'll harvest what I can, should it please you.
This seems...
and in the second.
Decent spot for a campsite.
The hour may be growing late, but I'm in no need of a rest just yet.
Boy, you can do better than that. I'm none too bad to start.
Quickly now! Our master beckons!
By your leave.
Be on your guard. There are innumerable corners where an enemy might conceal themselves here.
Keep your eyes peeled. It seems to me we'll find some rare materials here.
Well, well, that's quite a discovery.
from the checkpoint Rest Town. So the first one is going to be up north of it. We're gonna have to pass through the ancient battleground.
Our traits mesh well together. Each of us is suited to a different task.
No challenge is beyond our combined might.
That's just what I was thinking.
In another world, I learned that a forgotten rift stone lies nearby. Shall I escort you there, Master?
Bones! Walking bones!
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
Ah, excellent find.
Over here, if you would.
My clothes. So
Hold fast, Arisen! I shan't let you fall!
you safeguard the Arisen, and I'll handle the remainder. Might there be aught over there?
We ought to take a closer look.
Now here's a surprise.
A splendid discovery.
Huh. I'll have to remember to tell my own master about this. Naught save a shooting star could heighten the sky's majesty this night.
Right you are.
Let me get that.
My magics are at your disposal.
The undead have risen to face us!
Pray, slow your feet. You run too fast for the likes of me.
Let us endeavor to keep up, though we are less fleet of foot.
What lies ahead? Be alert for changes in the terrain.
A retreat may be in order, depending on what makes this its lair.
Leap one! Oh, I hate how they wriggle!
Remain calm and deliver the beasts their end.
Really now? What are you doing?
You ought not to be so careless.
Consider me your owner. It seems we have enraged our foe.
Let's not use their rage to our advantage.
Is there nothing we can do about this obstacle?
If a ranged attack is needed, you can count upon my aim. I would gladly be of aid, Arisen.
There are useful ingredients to be gathered here, I'll wager.
No harm in picking a few.
Heed your senses. If aught feels out of place, it could very well be a trap.
Remain alert, and naught shall catch us by surprise.
A common reward. Frustratingly so.
Stout undead! Not bad! Do not despair! I'm coming to your aid!
Thank goodness someone has a hand to lend!
I learned of a forgotten rift stone in this area during my time beyond the rift. I can take you to it, if you like.
These fiends will resurrect so long as their skulls remain intact. But fear not, I shall gladly smash every last one.
Down. So the first one is going to be up north of it. We're gonna have to pass through the ancient battleground, go
We've made it then. What's our first order of business, Arisen?
I shall pursue the dragon till my dying breath.
I'll gather the...
Though you wouldn't know it.
Here's a ladder. Shall we see where it leads?
We ought to put it to good use.
Oh, it's lost.
It falls on me to resolve.
How dare you!
Dare I say it? We trounced our foe well and true.
Well, I'm sure there's still room for improvement.
This ox cart's I'll not take you anywhere till I've had my due. An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
Prepare to engage.
I owe you a great for you.
Yes, Master.
Look, Arisen! A ballista!
'Tis not how we use this, but when that counts. I imagined would be most beneficial in combat. I've just had a thought. This should help.
Our foes are like to use the dark against us.
The monster seems to have... dropped something. You can count on me to keep you safe.
I knew you were prepared enough.
Keep on like that and we'll be done here soon enough.
Outstanding.
How dare you! Fancy a look at my wares? Always a pleasure.
It is most exhilarating to hand over such a sum.
We've a journey to prepare for after all. We can't afford to cut corners.
I'll harvest what I can, should it please you.
There's a ladder here.
Ah, excellent find.
Was this ox cart assailed? It is in a dreadful state.
Wrought by the hands of brigands. Or the claws of monsters.
One cannot be too careful. An abandoned campsite, just waiting to be claimed.
A chance to recover our strength would be most welcome. Water is nigh invisible in this gloom. No few times has an overconfident step soaked my boats.
You too? Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one.
A profitable endeavor.
Just imagine the money he's gained from selling this.
Whether or not we make the sale is for the Arisen to decide.
The same foe again? These fiends are only truly defeated when their skulls are smashed beyond repair.
Isn't it about time we had ourselves a meal? Oh. Oh, what I wouldn't give for a bowl of hot stew. Fear not, you're safe with me.
There's no one standing who might say otherwise.
Overconfidence is an enemy in and of itself. Let us instead strive to better ourselves with every battle.
You're welcome to take whatever you like from my pack, Master. I'd gladly see you put what I find to good use.
This might be worth a read.
Shall we take a closer look?
Another dogged adventurer come to take my life. Many have tried, and as you can plainly see, all have failed. I would abandon any such fool ideas if I were you. After all, that which is won by brute force is apt to be lost to the same. I set before you a simple task. Solve my riddles to satisfaction. Should your answers please me, I will bestow upon you the contents of yon chests. I trust I have your attention? If so, take your place and we shall begin. Your resolve is commendable. The fool beholds a sage in the mirror. The sage a fool. Which is it you see, I wonder? Our eyes are our allies. Yet oft do they betray, for eyes tell lies. So I advise, and thence do lead astray. Yet, how will your eyes advise you? Venture through yonder door and retrieve that which is of greatest value.
Now we can return to this location whenever we've a ferry stone to hand.
Goblins approach! Masterfully done!
Once more!
We would do well to keep our distance. Surely naught good can come of that.
Indeed, one never can be too cautious.
There can be no harm in bringing this along.
We cannot expect gleaming treasures round every corner.
The walls are too close for comfort here. Should we encounter trouble, we would be at a disadvantage.
Let us conclude our business and be quit of this place. There is naught to be gained from lingering. Methinks there are rare materials to be found hereabouts.
Well spotted. Shall we see what we can find? A curative ought to do the trick.
Come to test your wits. Yet, how will your eyes advise you? Venture through yonder door and retrieve that which is of greatest value. So, this is your choice? The greatest worth your eyes descried? Indeed, this is what I sought. Your eyes see true. No greater worth can there be than that found in simplicity. As promised, I shall bestow upon you a prize. Collect it from yon chest and take this file too. Its purpose I shan't divulge. How you use it is up to you.
That was certainly worthwhile.
Come to test your wits. Love is as twin to madness, they say. They are bound fast as night is today. So bring forth your most beloved to me, that I might gauge the depth of your insanity.
Is to bring a character that's very important to you. Now there are some other options from some of the side missions, but for now you can just bring in your main pawn right here using R2 and then drop it right here on the pedestal. Once you speak with the Sphinx and give in your answer, she's going to be satisfied with the answer.
You can count on me to fly to your aid in your hour.
Come to test your wit. Love is as twin to man. So bring forth your most beloved to me, that I might... Is this your most beloved you bring before me? Well, well. Very good. Not half bad. Yet only one you bring? I thought you capable of more. A promise made, a promise kept. And so I shall open for you a chest.
Truly?
Come to test your wits. The parent knows the child, yet the reverse is far from true. The child knows not the parent. Such is the parent's due. I am a lost child, for kinship do I yearn. So bring to me my parent, that I might better learn.
Sphinx. Don't worry, they will not take it. Instead, it's actually going to get duplicated. So I highly encourage you to use any item that's extremely valuable. I definitely suggest going for the port crystals, since these are by far the most valuable and also the most difficult to come by. Bring back to the Sphinx a Sphinx parent, Sphinx mother or Sphinx father, it doesn't really matter. All of these can be recruited from a special rift stone, again very close to the checkpoint town. So what you have to do is to simply head over to this side of the road right here called Rift Stone of Fellowship. It's going to be inside this tower, but there are going to be some enemies that you have to defeat. Once inside, simply activate the Rift Stone and you should already see a bunch of Sphinx fathers or, well, Sphinx parents in here that you can recruit right away. Doesn't matter which one of these it is, just get them. Any of them can work just fine. And if you want to be completely sure, you can go ahead and recruit a couple of them. With these two in your party, you can just head over back to the mountain shrine and present either of the parents to the main Sphinx. And once you do that, the trial will be complete. Checkpoint town. So what you have to do is to simply head over to this side of the road right here called Rift Stone of Fellowship.
We seem to have arrived without issue. But are we safe here?
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
We ought to put it to good use.
How dare you? I will spare the shrine stealth.
Ox carts make for relatively safer travel.
I wouldn't mind a chance to doze off as the hills roll by.
This ox cart, I'll need to see some coin before I let you on. All of you.